Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So, today we'll be doing some transporters hunting and be doing something else later. I don't know really what, but something probably outbreaks. See, we'll see. Hope that my joy-cons are charged enough. They should be though. Did have them in charge for quite some time. They seem like they are full. At least that is what they are saying. I did also empty a little bit of box space, even though it doesn't really do anything. But I did anyways. So now I have some box space left indeed. Wondering if today there's any interesting outbreaks anyways. I'm gonna double check the ingredient situation, but I would like to say that I should be having enough. I'm almost out of mayo. I probably should be buying that. I'm lower on things than I thought I would be. Well, thankfully it doesn't take like at all any time to be going ahead and buying some more anyways. I'll quickly do that. Now then. I thought that I should be having enough. All time to buy like 20 of each of the ones that are in low, then, you know, should be good for the day. But yeah, as usual, go into Area 0 and whatnots. I mean, I'm gonna double check do I have an outbreak, but I mean, most likely gonna be going there, but we'll see, we'll see. Is the curry powder sold in? No, it's sold in the other stores. I don't like that there is 3 stores that you need to be going to, or 4 stores that you need to go to be buying everything. It's kind of annoying. But anyways... Hopefully there's some time still to be buying them. I think curry butter is the only thing that I really need to be buying more. Or at least want to be making sure I have enough. Of course in the last possible store. Why wouldn't it be? Because I was just noticing that I was very low on tomatoes and kind of thing. Where is curry powder? I'm gonna check, but I should be having these. I hate that you can re-enter that quickly. This game, please. Yeah, do I have enough of them? Those other two? Where's curry powder anyways? I'm 17 and yeah, I have good enough. I'm checking the outbreaks if there is a downspars one. Did notice that there is these two. The Tauros is pretty interesting. Anything interesting over here? My Diana. Ladywig is there's a bunch of Winkita coming today. Usually I don't have that many in one place. Oh, hello, Inkay. I want more Finions and Luminions. Okay, there's interesting outbreaks there. Unfortunately, nothing that interesting, but we'll see. Because outbreaks are most likely what I will be doing. More like, you know, towards the end. But I would like to say that that should be good for today. With all the ingredients. These first two sandwiches are definitely gonna be more of a waste than usual. Just because I was very confused about a few things. So I got a notification on a thing that I have been using this entire time that, hey, check out this cool new feature that we have just added, and I'm like, I've been using that for 4 months almost. I guess it could be new to some, but I have been using it for 4 months at this point almost, so not that new to me. But yeah. I did add a funny new thing to the layout. It is just basically, you know, that people be asking for it, so why not to be having it on the screen there, that no charm. Why not to be having it in there indeed. And it doesn't look half bad. It's not perfect, but I mean, it doesn't really need to be. I just realized that it should be behind the other bounce press as well. I want it isn't. Here we go. The only thing that it should be hovering over is the gameplay. And you know, you lose out on like all few pixels more. Let's see then. Last time we weren't too lucky, we only did get a shiny while doing Dunsparce. So maybe today we could be getting a few more. As I said, 3 is definitely a goal to be getting. 3 is definitely a goal to be getting as Dunsparce one day. Even though today is most likely gonna be only like 4-ish hours in here, but hey, it's still plenty of time. It's just, you know, need to be getting lucky, that's the thing. But yeah, hopefully everyone is on a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed today. Everything did go quite well yesterday after stream. Nothing too bad at all. Everything did go quite nicely indeed. But yeah, I'm gonna see. I have a little bit of time on Wednesday. So I'm gonna see if I will be doing like a short Dynamics Adventure stream then. But it's gonna be again like 3 hours or so. But I'll see. I'll see indeed. It's either that I would do a short stream on Dynamax Adventures on Thursday, or I might be doing the entire weekend of Dynamax Adventures. We'll see, we'll see. But unfortunately, the next weekend is gonna be the last weekend for Dynamax Adventures for a little while. I guess Safari Week, indeed. So, you know, I'll be putting all of my focus in there. As I said, I'll be personally starting it a little bit earlier. If not sooner, I'll be doing it a little bit before I need to be getting going. I can do like another like short stream on next Thursday. This week's one, next week's Thursday. So might be doing Safari Week then, at least, because you know Safari Week starts on. It starts on the Friday there, but I'm not gonna be on after Thursday until Sunday next week. So I said plenty of times the celebration of Midsummer is for us then, and we'll be doing that. And I'm fairly excited about the indeed. I'm almost always anyways. I mean, surely you could be doing Safari Zone hunting or Safari game hunting at any point through the year, but it is still a little different feeling when you're doing it is more or less the correct time to be doing it. Hello, Iron Threads. So probably kind of interesting thing is happening soon-ish. Not sure exactly when, but we're getting a new oven because the current situation is that the oven door doesn't really close. So yeah, I'll be getting a new one then. Yeah, that's definitely a thing to be looking forward to. Say that it should be come in a week, but we'll see, we'll see. So like we don't, the only problem really is that we don't want to be using the oven there. Everything else is working from it though, it's just the Even if the thing isn't working, you know, you can be using everything else. Can be, you know, using the stovetop, it's not an issue at all. Why so many Krakonaggles? It's not like I mind them or anything, it's just a little weird to be seeing them that many. Many of them indeed. Why is the game so laggy today? Oh yeah, one thing that I've been doing off stream, like I started to be doing it lately, a thing that I could have been doing like quite a while ago, is that since I did get a lucky egg from the Chansey, I was supposed to be evolving one of the Swinubs. I started that process. It's a little annoying. Oh, hey, we'll get there, we'll get there. I was first thinking that I would be destroying like Tratinis and Dragonair's, but Dragonair is so rare, and Dratini isn't worth it. It isn't worth the trouble to be doing it, so I did go ahead and decide to be doing some headbutt trees for where there is a 90% chance that it's a Spearow. And I usually can be defeating in a good one. I can be defeating 3. I'll need to be healing usually after 2. I need to be healing. Of course, it becomes a lot easier the more levels I'll be getting, but at a time it's like that. At the time it's like that indeed. I don't really mind it. It is what it is. It's an old game. Grinding is annoying. Don't want to be, you know, wasting your rare candies. There's a very limited amount of them. And I still haven't, by the way, tested the fossil thing in that game. Even though I probably should be able to just Google it, but might as well be testing it out myself, I guess. I do be loving it though that you can be getting the fossils there. Quite nicely indeed. Also, again, today is a very windy day, so there might be some frame drops happening again today. If it starts to be getting too bad, then, you know, I of course need to be stopping, but I doubt that it would be getting too bad. It usually doesn't. But we'll see, we'll see. It's pretty good winds right now in here. And it's most definitely not because, you know, it has been so warm and now it's very cold. That couldn't be the reason. Because that Dunsparce. Poor fella. And how close I need to be getting to them. Still. Would technically be better to do in Violet. I mean, for Dunsparce it doesn't really matter which version you'll be doing. I just do Violet because I usually play Violet myself, and in the Scarlet file I said it plenty of times that I have one thing in mind for it that I've already talked about as well. I want to be getting a shiny from each of the like different areas. At least, you know, South Province Area 1 and so on and so forth. And some of the caves as well. Not too sure if every single one of them, and I don't know if I will be including DLCs or not in there. We'll see when we get there. Also, I was kind of wrong in one thing because I thought that our oven would be like over 10 years old. I mean, I wasn't incorrect because I did say it over. But apparently it's like 20 years old, so... like, something like that. It's insane how, like... well, it has been lasting, considering that ovens and, you know, stovetops, those are the kinds of things that... at least in here are basically in everyday usage. I know it's not in every single place. Other places they do be going out to eat a lot more. In here, at least we don't too often. Sort of a special thing when you go like eat somewhere in a restaurant. Fast food is always a different thing though. Or like something like similar to that, you know. Indeed, in here we quite often be eating home-cooked meals. Which is one of the strangest things that I sometimes hear people say, that they like go to eat every single day or go out to eat something like every single day. I'm like, yeah. I've never been in that situation, and I don't know if I would be liking it myself as well. Like, surely it would be removing the hassle of, you know, making food, but I mean, I don't personally mind making food. I also don't really want to be doing it for a living, but I don't mind making food, though, in general. Also, probably one of the funniest things that I did see, like, somewhat recently, that was like today or something like that, is that I did see how the hero form of Palafin looks when it's in water. And I mean, it makes sense that it looks that way, but at the same time, it looks so odd. Looks like basically standing in the water. But anyways, it'll be a little hilarious like that. But oh. Is it only one? I think it might be only one 3P there. And they dog drop down. They look like the only one there to me. Yeah. I'm gonna soon just go ahead and make another sandwich. Let's finish with that indeed. I wonder why I don't like lose like any health while defeating like Dark Trio. Considering that, you know, I'm kind of an electric type or something like that, and it's a weakness, I would like to say. But anyways. Funny things for sure. I'm gonna jump to this side. for a little while. I was kind of thinking that I might be switching like for the rest. I don't know. I'm kind of like feeling like I don't really want to be hunting on this side at all. Like in this spot where I usually am. Like I usually do like half an hour in here-ish, and then another hour is like closer to that station there. I'm kind of thinking that should I be just not do anything in here at all, because it's just there's the crystals in here that, as I said, they kind of make a weird looking place. Like dull things out more than they probably should be. It just kind of looks kind of odd. This is like the problem is that this is kind of a better spot in that this is a better spot in that you know there isn't as many walls around here. Then again, the good thing is that I can be avoiding walls in the other place as well, so it's not really the end of the world. Not really end of the world by any means. There might be an iron bundle inside these rocks then. I don't see an iron bundle anywhere. It also is quite an interesting thing that since there is the counting method for like shiny hunting nowadays in this game, I guess you can't just be doing it in areas that there is like walls in too much. Because, you know, things can be spawning inside walls, so, you know, you can be really counting them because they are inside walls. Go ahead and go up and make a new sandwich, indeed. Come on. I wasn't even that close. Definitely very close to it. Well, could you please? Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I'm currently on the correct book. I can make this close. I will say though that since the problem is that you don't always be having you know, flat enough surface to be set up in your picnic table and whatnot, and you anyways be kind of pulling everything out of nowhere. Why couldn't you be just having some form of like balancing like device of sorts that you could be having it in any kind of surface then? You know, they do be getting the floaty device for Pokemons when they're in water out of nowhere. Because I get it that it could be a little bit harder to be getting like a table and chair be floating above water bottom. Why couldn't you be like making an exception and make us to be able to make picnics in every single sort of area? Because I will say that much, that in some places where you can actually make a picnic, they aren't the safest. Because of the fact that, you know, Pokemons, if they go in certain directions in them, they can be falling and then they can never get back to you. Mainly like being on the highest point of the region. That's the perfect place to be doing it in, actually. But anyways, I really don't know how they can be though, be pulling them out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, it would have been making perfect sense to me if in Scarlet and Violet it would have been a thing that there would have been more places that you could be like having those NPCs having a picnic area and you like have to be using those. Kind of like what you could be doing in Sword and Shield with Pokemon Camp. Similar to that. But I don't know, tents are a little bit easier to be putting in every single spot, and I guess Sword and Shield in general are more of a flat kind. I mean, they really didn't start to be making that interesting like terrain until Legends Arceus. But anyways, but yeah, it is what it is. It's a silly game. Anyways, it just is annoying sometimes when you really would like to be making a picnic somewhere and it's you can't. I kind of get it in Area Zero, but at the same time, why not? Like, what would really be saying no to that? I guess, you know, normally you can only be like making picnics in the places that normally you can be making picnics only in areas that are like outside of towns anyways. You can be making picnics in other caves as well. But Area Zero is a no-go. It is kind of a weird thing, like Area Zero is a weird thing in one way as well, but it's kind of a logical explanation why it is working that way. Is that if you're in a multiplayer session, you don't really see the other players when you're in Area Zero, especially if it's like you're playing Violet and you join into a Scarlet one or something like that. But then again, it kind of makes sense that you couldn't be able to see them. But then you can still be spawning in like the future or past Pokemons to the other game. But I can kind of see how it works. Especially if it would be the case that... Which I kind of hope that it would be the case more often. In like larger ways, is that depending on the version of the game, you would be having like completely different areas. Like, you know what it. They did have quite drastically different looking areas depending on what game you were in. Not just, you know, black and white and black shoe and white shoe differences, but in the ways that, you know, in black and white there is differences. And I know that in Sword and Shield there was the gym differences, but it doesn't really show, to be fair. And overall, it's the same place. Overall, nothing really changes. And I feel like Scarlet and Violet could have been that kind of way anyways. Like, make Area Zero to be more... have more things from either from the past or the future, depending on what game you're in. Like, let's say that in Scarlet, since it is the past game, maybe there could have been more, like, overgrown areas. So it's like something simple as that. It doesn't need to be anything too crazy, to be fair, it's just like that. And maybe in Violet there could have been more futuristic things as well, like something like as simple as that. I know that Area Zero is one of the places that it has been like... has been, you know... being explored for quite some time. So, you know, of course it makes sense that, you know, both of the versions would be having, you know, research stations. And those satellite things, whatever they would be called, in the top of the place. Yeah, it unfortunately happens with Dunsparce if you're looking for the 3-segmented ones. It's 1 in 100 chance anyways. Well, yeah. I think in Area Zero there definitely could have been differences between the versions. As I said, Scarlet being more overgrown and stuff like that. Kind of feels like wasted potential, honestly. What are you doing MC Pinks, hope you're having a good day. That's good to hear. I guess I could be taking a round 2 on Inkay outbreaks today, indeed, later. The Tauros is also kind of tempting because it is the water one, so you know, it is special in that way. I just don't know if I'm really in the mood for harder than usual this shiny. Of course, you know, outbreaks is the problem that you always need to be checking the spot anyways, but I think the Inkay one is again in a decent spot. Nothing that I see in yellow with those 3Bs. I mean, I might be going there when they're still loaded in, so it's not that big of a deal anyways. Why are you as Sparta going in the wrong spots always? Always annoyingly in the way so I can be spawning more Pokemons. Pretty sure. Well, yeah, all the peoples are normal. We're getting so far away from there. From the spot, you should just be despawning yourself. at least good amount of the down spars, so you know, if I would be just standing here, I could be getting quite a good amount of spawns in quickly. And again, I don't really mind just going about. It's so nice to be getting 3 today, so I would be getting to 10. Which would mean that after the resubs and everything, I would be more or less halfway point, like, caught up in that point. If I get one more, I'll be over. No, I need to be getting 2 more to be getting over the halfway point currently. Currently, that I need to be hunting for 17. Be getting the subs. To be... like, I've been collecting the correct amount for the subs. Are they? Get there if we get there. It's technically, you know, 8.5, but it's kind of hard to be getting a half. Getting half of a shiny. Because, you know, nothing else counts for Dunsparce apart from Dunsparce, of course. Crack a naggle there. It looked like it is broken. I smell burned popcorn. Specifically the one that you would be putting into microwave. Because I've never burned the popcorn when I've been putting it in a microwave. But yeah, I mean, it's not like it's impossible, but I find it quite unlikely. Could be something else for sure. There goes that iron bundle. Poor fellas, poor fellas. Still definitely one of my favorite Paradox Pokemons. Who doesn't love the funny delivered? Oh, hello, Iron Valiant. I'll really be seeing you around here. I mean, I don't mind it, to be fair. I really don't need another one of those. It was such an annoying one to be hunting for as well. I mean, you see a decent amount of them, but still, it was kind of annoying. Didn't like it too much. I mean, the problem really is because I did, of course, do it in the cave, and the cave is, for whatever reason, one of the most likely to be getting group spawns. I mean, there's a bunch of Pokemons there that can be getting a group spawn. So, you know, it makes sense and everything. But still... Is there something specific that you want to be hunting in Scarlet? Or why you want to be having Scarlet? Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. And I will also say that it's kind of annoying that if you want to be doing like version exclusive hunts in Scarlet and Violet, even though you can be joining into the other person's world, it's kind of annoying that the other person that has the version exclusive needs to be like spawning them in. I understand it, but why? I get it for Area Zero though, that you know why it isn't a thing, but for the other ones, why the other person needs to be like spawning them in. And it's sometimes so annoying to be getting them to be spawning in anyways, because there is the weird thing that if you're either too close or too far away from the Pokemon that you want to be keeping for the other person, it might be despawning. And then you need to be looking for another one, and then you're like, yeah, fun. I needed to do for a Skrelp at one point that it was so annoying. I will say personally, I don't like hunting in Union circles anyways, because you get half of the spawns in quotes. Yeah, it's so stupid. I mean, I understand it, but I did talk about it already, if you didn't hear, that I think that Area Zero should be different. Like, looking completely different, or at least somewhat different, between Scarlet and Violet. It just doesn't make sense that they look both like the exact same. Just have some differences in between them. Like, the Union Circle is a fun feature and everything, it's just... It's... eh. Like, actually to be using. I would wish it would be better, of course. Because I don't mind it, it's just... eh. I mean, of course, it's the first time that they have ever tried something like this, so hey... At least it's somewhat working. I will say that it would be working probably better if Switch would be a little bit more of a powerful console than it is. The Switch is quite underwhelming of its power. And I'm not completely sure, like, how, like, Switch or Scarlet and Violet's, like, the Union Circle works. I don't know, like, is it a server, like an actual server that does it, or is it like your console is the server, you know? I guess that could be like part of the issue as well. Because usually games don't work too well if they like the one that is the host is like, you know, being the server in quotes. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that as well, because you're technically like always joining into someone else's world. Yeah. Also soon at break time, so I'll be getting to like out of here. But yeah, it is the case indeed with any single version exclusive that if I'm in Violet, I need to be loading in the Violet spawns like Oranguru, not Oranguru, Pashimian. And it's vice versa in Scarlet. Like the other game can be getting the spawns, which is so stupid, like if you're joining into the world. But anyways. Like, I would be personally fine if it would be the case that when you're, like, making yourself the, like, world that everyone is joining in, that, let's say, only Violet spawns will be spawning in because I'm a host. If I will be playing Scarlet, then Scarlet spawns would be only there. Like, they would be getting rid of the other games version exclusives completely. Because that could be easily resolved, you just, you know, join into the other game. Because there honestly isn't too many version exclusives in the first place. The most, like, the biggest ones are indeed in Area Zero. Everything else is kind of not there even. There is few, but there is so few. Like, why does it matter that much? As I said, you're just gonna usually be making either the Wild or the Scarlet player if you want to be getting Cernas. Version exclusives. But anyways. Let's start making the sandwich. Let's see the sparkles. Yummy. Nice lag there, game. Oh, it started to rain, I see. Or this is actually a thunderstorm because it's so big. I'm gonna go to Area 0 so I don't need to be caring about the weather. But yeah, because there's the thing that sometimes I would like to be hunting for like some... There isn't too many version exclusives in the DLC that I would like to hunt. Because most of them I have in other games, or I have no interest in hunting them in Scarlet and Violet because they are annoying to be seeing. But though that is kind of the thing that I would be wishing that I could be doing it without someone else hunting them for me. Because I don't have a Scarlet file that would be having a DLC. We have one in here, but for me it would be then Shiny Charm, because my boyfriend has a Shiny Charm on that file. I don't mind it, but at the same time, like, it is kind of annoying that if I would like to be doing it myself, I would need to be going ahead and purchasing, like, Scarlet's things and then do that. But as I said, there really isn't anything that I would be really wanting to be hunting for anyways. Because base game I can do because I have the shiny only file nice and ready to go, but DLC, nope. But yeah, it is what it is, because there's honestly only one Pokemon that I would be liking to be hunting for from the ones that are version exclusives, and it's a Alolan Vulpix, but I'd rather be doing it in any other game. Honestly, in Scarlet and Violet, it's not impossible to see, but it's so like much work to be seeing it. It's not really worth it. If you ask me, it's not really worth it. But anyways... Yeah, back to the server thing, of course it's like understandable that a bunch of like games put it like that the console itself or whoever is hosting it anyways to be making it to be the server. But as I said, the problem is that Switch isn't that powerful and it usually needs quite a powerful device to be doing it in. Depending on, of course, is it a local one or not. Usually local ones, from what I have noticed from Scarlet and Violet, they aren't too laggy, but then again, you know, local one, you don't need to be doing so many things. Because you don't need to be, I would like to say, as careful. So I would like to say that Scarlet and Violet's, like, things would be pretty secure. Because most of the things nowadays are. I mean, of course, there's always an issues. Like, there is something that you can't be running away from. There is always gonna be. It's like a year or two ago, there was the thing that pretty much any Switch game that did have online connectivity to other players did get an update, because there was indeed problems with like security issues, indeed. Hello. And Jiro, how are you doing? Yeah. It happens sometimes. Time flies. And you don't always have time, and it's understandable. But always be appreciating you stopping by no matter what. Also, one thing that I just realized I did talk about previously, that for some reason, like smelling burned microwave popcorn instead. I think that has, not always, but for like some time it did confuse me on like some recipes that I did like look up online that were in English. And then they say like unsalted butter. Like, surely it's a thing in here, but like most of the time it's not like specifically said that it's unsalted. Especially if it's butter. If it's margarine or whatever I think it's called, the other thing, then usually in those they say, but basically in every single situation the butter is always salted in here. I don't think that I have even seen in stores like something to be sold as unsalted butter. I was like, for the longest time, what is that? Then again, there is a bunch of things, honestly, like recipes that we don't really have in here. Like something like vegetable oil is a thing that we don't really have in here, like vegetable oil. We have other kinds of oils. We just don't have specifically vegetable oil. So it's always a little bit of a question, what can it be replaced with in recipes? I have seen vegetable oil though, but then again, it's one of those things that it's ridiculously expensive and we don't normally use it, so it isn't really worth buying for like very little amount in recipes. Because usually recipes don't like need the entire bottle. At least I'm hoping so. Imagine putting like an entire bottle for like like certain recipes. Jeez. Also, another thing that I have seen like in other places to be a big thing is like in the sink there is like something like garbage disposal thing. And I find it one of the weirdest things because in here we don't first of all have them, and like it is said that, you know, don't throw basically anything to the sewage system anyways. Part of the reason could be because we are quite well in the form that we are reusing like the water. Like we can be recycling the water quite well. That could be part of the reason that why we don't really have anything in there. No, throw things in trash. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but if we have like something like soup, we throw it down the toilet. Or basically anything that is too liquid to go into trash. I don't know if it's the correct thing to do, but I've been doing it my entire life. It always reminds me, throwing things down the toilet, it always reminds me that I did find it so cool at one point that we did have like toilet paper rolls that we could just be throwing to the toilet because they would be like dissolving as well, which is smart. You know, less things that you need to be throwing in the trash. It did create a problem for a little while though, because people were used to that, you know, I can be throwing the toilet paper roll into the toilet. So people were throwing in like paper towel rolls in the toilet, which, you know, they still don't dissolve in there. But then again, like, it's quite a smart thing to honestly do that, you know, toilet paper rolls to be dissolving in water because you don't have to be throwing them to trash. You could, it's not like it prevents that you can be doing it, it's just more of a thing that what if it accidentally drops down there, it's not, you know, the end of the world. Or if you want to, you know, get rid of it that way, you can. I don't know how big of a thing it is in other places, though. Could be a weird thing that it, or not a weird thing, but a thing that is only in here. Or in very few places in general. Because I know that one of the things that is kind of only in here is returning like plastic bottles, cans, you know, things that you have like sodas and whatnots in. Which we might be getting rid of for a stupid reason. I have talked about it before. Because for some reason EU is thinking that it's causing issues that people are returning the bottles. So we might be needing to be getting rid of them. I really hope not to, because I think if that will be the case, it's gonna be more that we are gonna be throwing outside the bottles. That is the problem in a bunch of places. And that also helps because, like, if people see, like, someone has thrown out bottles into places and they want to return it, they can. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, you know, you never know what they have inside them, but I mean, at least less in the environment is good if you ask me. I mean, I most likely will still be keeping going on, even though if we would be getting rid of the, like, we would be getting our money back from returning the bottles thing. Just because I can. Also, I have a sandwich left. Maybe that I was running out of it because I didn't see any dance bars. And because I don't really mind it. Because it's the thing. I will be going in the store anyways, and stores are the places that they are in anyways. It's just, you know, nice to be getting, depending on the size of the bottle, to be getting the money back. The big bottles that are in here, 1.5 liters, you get 40 cents from them, but you know you pay the 40 cents when you buy it, but hey. Still, it's nice. It's kind of stupid if we will be getting rid of them. Honestly, I don't really understand why it is even a thing that they're discussing about. Because I just feel like there should be more reasons to be encouraging people to be returning bottles to the stores. Or, like, recycle them anyways. Also, speaking of recycle things, it's funny because there is, like, you know, because most of the things that are made from plastic that, you know, don't need to be like new plastic, they are from recycled materials. And one bottle says that it's 100% recycled material, and then it says apart from the gap and the label, then you know it's not 100%. Because I would like to say that it is at least like 1% is the gap and the label. So, no. But anyways. Because, for example, for some time, like, the first place that we did see, like, recycled plastic to be used a lot was, like, shopping bags that you'll be buying from stores and usually using for, you know, trash bags. Another thing that I have noticed that isn't as big of a thing in other places is that they did say that they're like 80% recycled material or something like that, because it is the truth. Because they can't be 100% because they have like text in there. And that text isn't, you know, from recycled material. But hey, I'm glad. And the thing is as well, the plastic bags, they last like pretty similar amount anyway, so like it isn't a bad thing that they are made from recycled materials anyways. I will say though, because we have usually smaller bags for like fruits and vegetables. Because, you know, we have like ones that you can be picking like specific ones that you want, like oranges, for example. We have like packages as well, but we have for most things, we have also like single ones, so you can be choosing however amount you want. For those, we have like small like plastic bags. We have ones that like you can be using like if you're recycling like coffee grounds and whatever things, you know, the ones that you could be turning into things for your plants, whatever my thing it's called. Like, they can be used in those and they dissolve if they are too long in those situations. But then there is the regular kinds that we use, because we don't really need the ones that dissolve in the thing at all. We don't really get that much that kind of trash ourselves. We, you know, eat pretty much everything, and usually if something is bad, it goes with the package. We don't even open it. So, you know, just goes there with whatever my plastic it is. Packaging. But yeah, the regular, like, fruit bags and whatever my things that are not, like, reusable, they sell those as well, that you can be washing them and whatever my things. They are now from harder plastic, and I don't like them. Because they were, like, always very thin plastic, and now they're a lot harder plastic. And I don't really understand why. Also, one thing I'm glad that, like, we do now, that I didn't do, like, when I was living with my parents or with my mom, was that we use nowadays, we have been using them for years to be fair, you know, reusable, like, bags, you know, that we can be carrying groceries in. Which unfortunately means, because we don't use, you know, or we don't like buy that many of the plastic bags from the stores, we need to be buying like trash bags themselves from the store. But yeah, that's kind of the only bad thing about it, but it's nice because, you know, they are nice and durable, and in my opinion, they are nicer to be carrying as well. Because I personally, at least, will be getting very easily if it's Like in plastic bags, you usually be getting that it gets so small and it kind of hurts your hands. I usually get those marks for quite some time. It's kind of annoying. Money? Things change indeed. So I guess soon time for another sandwich then. Also, speaking of recycling things, is that when I remember when I was younger that we like used to be having a lot of other things like in stores that you could be bringing there that were like more harmful for the environment if they are not like recycled properly. But they have definitely gotten rid of quite a good amount of them and moved them into like their own places instead. Which is, I guess, understandable because some of the things you don't really use anymore. It's mainly very specific older like lights or like light bulbs that were like having very specific slots in stores. But since those can't be used anymore in regular households, you need to be switching to more environmental friendly ones. But there is, you know, some like schools and whatnots that still might be using them because they are too good to be switching to the new ones, I guess. Well, you know, they were very dangerous if they would be breaking down, so it was always a good thing that when you were in classrooms, they were always on top of you. So, you know, you would be always living in the fear that what if one of them breaks down? But yeah, for those there was like a recycling spots in stores. There still is, but it's only meant for like, you know, safer lights. If it is like the more dangerous ones, you need to be going into different places to, you know, throw them out. Which is understandable, honestly. Let's go ahead and make that sandwich then. Here we go. Those jalapenos there did move quite a bit. Another sandwich. Another sandwich. I will say that one of the weird things that I would kind of be hoping for, I think I have a feeling that I've talked about this before, that I would be kind of wishing that would be returning in Pokemon games, is that in Gen 3 there was an NPC that was like depending on your ID, that was it there or not, but anyways. But there was an NPC anyways that did like tell you like random stats of your game. And I kind of would be wishing that that would be the case, like again. Like there would be a NPC in like newer Pokemon games that would be telling you weird things. Even if it would be like you can be choosing which stat that you want to be knowing. Like, for example, it would be quite fun to know like how many times have you overall be consuming sandwiches. Because I think you can see in like, it's like a ready-made one sandwich, you can be seeing like how many times you have consumed it, but if it's, you know, a random one that you make yourself, you can be seeing how many times you have been eating it. I could be wrong though. It would be kind of cool to be seeing that though. Like surely there is a decent amount of interesting stats that you can be noticing. Like if you go into specific places but have like an NPC for that would be even cooler. Eddie's telling stories that is, you know, surprising that she hasn't ever been getting anything to eat. A story that we hear every single day. But then again, those things that the NPC in Gen 3 be keeping like track of, it's like some of them are very hard to be like tracking nowadays. Because I'm pretty sure that there was like how many steps in total you have been taking in that save file, and it's kind of hard to be calculating nowadays, as we did see from PDSP. Because, you know, I mean, I guess it could be PDSP being like PDSP, I guess, but you know, in PDSP, steps would be count as 2 if you would be going diagonally. Which makes sense because the original game was built for like only D-pad usage, that, you know, you can't be doing it really in. You always need to be going first one direction, then the other one. But it's kind of weird that they didn't do anything. Because, you know, technically the fastest way to be hatching eggs in PDSP is to be going indeed in angles. Like up, left, down, right, for example. Because, as I said, they do be counting for 2. So that would be the fastest way to be hatching eggs. But anyways, it's interesting if I could be getting cool stats. How many of the certain species you would have seen. That's a thing that I've definitely talked about, that it would be interesting to know in something like Scarlet and Violet, like how many of an X Pokemon you have seen. I mean, of course, you know, it's Pokemon, so it most likely will be capping at 999, but could be working. Technically, there, I guess, could be like 999, and then times that by how many times you have gone to 999, and then just add like plus the current amount that you have seen before the next 999. But I mean, it would be too much work for sure, but it would be also interesting to be seeing. You know, I understand that things are capping it at 999, but you know, still. I mean, I guess there is a thing that not everything resets at 255 or something like that. That the SOS battles did like reset at in the Ultra, not the Ultra, but the Sun and Moon games. That was fixed to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And there is, you know, that at least, so that's nice. And he spawned that spawn. Nice. I'm gonna just go down here for a change. Being too much down here today anyways. I also kind of want to be trying again to be seeing how bad of it's the spawns are gonna be. Bottom there, so I might be going there to check it out. It's understandable that they aren't the best, of course, but they're pretty decent. Pretty decent, though. Still, I would be wishing, though, that Area Zero would be like in few different parts in the summary screen that, you know, depending on like what part you're in, it would be displaying it differently in the summary screen. Or actually there. On the inside there, nice. But yeah. It wouldn't really do anything per se, but I mean, it would be kind of cool to like know exactly that it is from this part of the map, or this part of Area Zero. Because it could be Area 1, Area 0, Area 1, for example. Or Level 1. Could be something like that. Then there is, you know, those interesting caves as well that that could be having technically their own names, and I wouldn't mind it. It doesn't really do anything, but quite cool to be seeing like kind of random places to be having their own names. And, you know, don't necessarily need to be having one. Glimora that is definitely stuck to the wall and not sticking out almost entirely. It's still decent spawns in here. It's not the greatest, but it's decent. I mean, I wasn't expecting this to be the best place, but surprised how good it is. Just gonna encounter something from the underground, I see. And that's kind of the only issue of like being in like the very bottom of Area Zero that I'm noticing that things are like even more often than not be spawning in the ground. Or like underneath the ground, whatever thing. I don't really understand why. Walls I can understand, but you know, why to be having another floor underneath the floor that doesn't definitely need to be there. Yeah. Definitely, I will say that if there is gonna be a game that has like shiny sparkles and it's an overworld game, I really hope it's gonna be a game that, you know, you can be seeing things all the time and, you know, things are not spawning inside the walls. I don't think it's too much to be asking for, though. Because imagine hearing a shiny sparkle and then you can't even like see it or encounter it because it's behind a wall. Because I feel like that is a thing that could be frustrating to people. They're like try to be finding the shiny, but it's like inside a wall or something like that. Like, yeah, sure, there's a shiny, but you know, you can never see it. I guess where did it spawn? Because at least that's a good thing about Legends Arceus, because the spawns are always guaranteed to be in certain places, and even though they would be in places that you couldn't be encountering them easily, you can. Like, you can most of the time still physically see them. There's only very few situations where I know of that you can't, like, at all be seeing the Pokemon. But it's definitely better than Scarlet and Violet. Damn. Do we award the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed? Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something at least. Hopefully indeed. Do a quick check of one thing. Is one Pokemon available in this game? I don't think it is. Wait, the page to be loading in. Is it to be seen when the page is loaded in? Is to be reading it for some reason? I wonder why. Are you available in this game in the wild? I mean, not beside terror raids, so not in the wild. Just in the terror raids. I thought so. Because I was thinking about like Malamar. Is it available in the wild? But unfortunately, indeed, it's only available in this game through the terror raids. So if I would be finding Chewie in case, I need to be doing the annoying evolution. Which is one of the things that I really hope that for the next game would be fixed. That, you know, evolving it wouldn't be so bad. It just is so annoying that it's so bad. And it's kind of weird because it works so well in, you know, in Sword and Shield. Why they need to be changing it so much that it doesn't work too well in Scarlet and Violet. So I don't think that there was anything wrong with the ones that did work in Sword and Shield. Definitely a unique one though. It's kind of a cool one as well. I really like it, like how it actually evolves. Would like to be seeing it more often, but I don't know with what Pokemon and if it's gonna be so bad going forward, then I don't really want to be seeing it. But if it's gonna be like it was in Sword and Shield and before that, then I wouldn't mind to be having another Inkay evolution kind of thing. So I think in general it is a working thing. And again, 3DS did use a bunch of the things that you don't really see it as often anymore, that, you know, you'll be using the gyro feature. Like in random games, because, you know, in Switch there is the gyro mechanics for sure, but it's usually that like one game is then the gyro mechanics. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing by any means, it's just kind of that it hasn't been implemented more. You know, it doesn't need to be a necessary thing, it could be an optional thing. Let's say that, you know, the ultra wormholes, for example, are one of those places. I didn't know if you want to, you can use the gyro features. If you don't want to, then, you know, you can just be using, you know, D-pad. Or a circle pad, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna be again heading out from here soon-ish. Why is it never the goodbye one that, you know, I actually want to be knocking down? Destroy the goodbye, please. What are you? Would be nice, definitely. I guess the thing is that, you know, gyro features aren't that cool anymore, and in quotes, nothing really uses them, but I personally wouldn't be minding to see it a little bit more in the Switch games. Because I've always kind of think that most of the time you know, Nintendo games slash consoles have been quite nicely been able to use the indeed like gyro features and whatnots, you know, motion in general. It's not like it's that bad with like other places, but it's definitely very well working in the one. And these ones indeed. And then the Nintendo things indeed. It's still raining, question mark. Did it rain the entire time that I was down there? If it did, that's quite interesting. No, cat, are you? Unfortunately, you can't come into the table today. I need to see in this game. I know you really would like to be on the table today, but unfortunately indeed, it's Scarlet and Violet, you can't really be on the table. I know, terrifying. As I said, any other game, and I will be completely fine. It's just instead... She's unfortunately blocking the, the bottom of the screen. And you know, kind of need to see there. Even though Dunsparce is not that bad to be seeing, but the problem is that it's not only Dunsparce that I'll be seeing. 3B is really the only problem, really. Dragalope you can be seeing quite a bit easier. Because it's a little bigger target. There we go. Nice. Let's see. Be doing this one by walking, just to change it up a little bit. And why I wanted to be double checking that nose. situation down up there. I mean, always better safe than sorry, to be fair, so don't really mind it at all. It is the furthest that I can be. I'll say that the one thing that I would be wishing a little bit is that in Area Zero there would be other kind of music as well. It's not like it's bad or anything, but it would be nice be having another kind. Because Area Zero is one of the few musics in that it doesn't change depending on the fact that are you riding your Rhydon or Rhydon. Because most other areas they do be changing the music a little bit depending on are you riding or not. Which, like, surely isn't anything too crazy, but at the same time it is nice enough of a difference. When I kind of get it that it wouldn't be having anything. But it would be nice though. Because you know, most of the time you are riding the Pokemon. That is just a fact that most of the time you do be doing it. So you know why couldn't there be like a special kind of... why there gonna be a special kind of music when you're first time like walking in here, and if you're like then walking afterwards, there would be that music playing. So I would kind of like that. Quite like that personally, indeed. I'm not saying that Zero music is bad or anything, but as I said, it would just be nice if there would be some sort of a difference indeed. It is unfortunately one of those things that newer Pokemon games unfortunately do be lacking of, that there isn't as much like unique music for areas, or like different kinds of unique music. And I understand that you only can be having so many unique ones, but same time I wouldn't personally really mind it. We could be getting a few more. Because it's not like it has been the thing in games in general, because I think games in general still have quite a variety of music. If not even more than what they used to. But yeah. Would be wishing indeed. There could be more unique musics in bouts. I know that most of the Pokemon games nowadays have like few bigger areas and you know they're placed the same like music over there, which is you know very much understandable, but sometimes do be missing indeed. Routes been having like different music and stuff, even though routes aren't really a thing in this game, but you know, still. Even if it would be like a subtle change, I wouldn't mind that, because I still kind of like how they did do it in the terrarium, that depending on what area you're in, it's the same music that plays everywhere, but you know how it plays is different. It isn't drastically, but it is there. Nance, you still need to remember that you can't be sleeping. It's tricking me too much. It's not too nice either. You're doing that indeed. I'm just thinking for my soul silver, whatever, like other kinds of Pokemons I would need to be having. Do you know, more or less be having encounters for most of the things that could be leading you to be failing a shiny? There's only few things that I can think of, and they are like a Arena Trap Pokemon or something like that. Or suction. Oh yeah, suction cups works, so I don't need it then. So I have already one for suction cups, but I could be getting a Arena Trap Pokemon anyways, like a nice and high level one somewhere. The Arena Trap Pokemon wouldn't be too bad, because having something like Diglett that is, you know, relatively fast wouldn't be too hurtful if you ask me. But technically I do be having indeed suction cups, but the Pokemon is so low level, so if I would be going into higher level areas, and if I can be bothered with smoke ball even a thing in that game, can't be bothered with that, then you know, I don't know. I think smoke ball is in there. I mean, it should be, right? Again, you know, I do be forgetting which generation are items introduced in. To be fair, like Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5 did introduce so many Pokeballs. It's from Gen 2, okay. Okay. I can be getting it from Goldenrod Tunnel, Blackstone City, in-game trade 1, and sold by Wild Coughing and Wheezing as well. So that is definitely a thing that I would like to be getting if I don't have it yet. So it could be, you know, making those kinds of situations easier. Then again, do I really think that I would be fishing too much? Not really. There is few Pokemon definitely that I would like to be going for. You know, the 10% Dragonair in Dragon's Den in Heart Gold Soul Silver is definitely one of them. It will be definitely one of them indeed. Yeah. I would like to at least be getting one shiny Dunsparce today. I was kind of thinking that maybe I'll be only doing like 3.5 hours with this and then, you know, do just at outbreaks. I mean, I guess I could always be coming back here if I do be finding things in outbreaks fast. It's always a opportunity. There's always an opportunity. I was thinking like I would be doing like an hour worth of sandwiches after this one is done. A little disappointed about the amount of down spores though, or like anything honestly. Because Area 0 is not really feeling like giving me shinies, so maybe moving into other places is gonna be bringing me luck then. Could be, could be. I want to be going into the one place again after this sandwich is done to try to be hunting in there. You know, one of those rocks indeed. I don't tend to be doing that. And probably I want to be doing a hunt anyway in the other area that I usually hunt in as well. Just today not really feeling like doing it in there. So no. There do be that be. Check out Goodbye Shiny again and like remind myself like what is the easy way of seeing it. There definitely is one. Okay, no, there is an easy seeing it or not. Yeah, I guess again like more of an orange. Yeah. More of an orange belly and then, you know, brighter blue accents there. Yeah. It is a shiny that I'm surprised that I honestly haven't seen in quite some time, considering the fact that I'm doing the Alpha Gudra as well. It's very surprising that I haven't seen one in ages, considering the amount of massive mass outbreaks that there is at times, and you know, it's not like a bide slash Cupolis 2 uncommon in one of those either. It is quite well in there. I got the weird thing on the reflection again that For whatever reason, sometimes the building there likes to be reflecting weirdly into the crystals behind it. It's like, huh? What's going on? I was just there chilling, doing nothingness. It's a regular Iron Hands, yeah. Still, they shouldn't be allowed to be sleeping mode. The only one of the ones that I'm like can be in the sleeping mode. It's tricking, as I said, so much. If it's in the sleeping mode, indeed, the Iron Hands. You seem like a very big bar. Oh, you're as well. The other one seemed a little bit bigger. I mean, it was in a higher crown, so maybe that they do the trick. A bit too surprised, and it wouldn't be the first time anyways. Oh. I guess I was close enough, but I don't think at the same time that should be counting. But yeah. Another sandwich time soon. Sandwich time indeed soon. Also, I kind of want to be testing out another place as well that I haven't hunted in quite some time as well still today. I remember that I didn't like the spot too much, especially because I don't have a level 3 encounter boost. bundles still. Actually, even more this time. I've been bringing more of them in here all of a sudden. Which is indeed kind of strange, all things considered. Like, why is there still more of the Paradox Pokemon spawning in here? Because, you know, didn't we kind of make it impossible or something like that? Or, you know, the end of the story with the AI professor going in the machine or whatever things it actually happened. I don't remember exactly, but I know something definitely happened. We'll see what spawns in here, and then I'll be going ahead and heading in. And, you know, or heading out. Heading in here, but heading actually out. And, you know, making another sandwich. Let's do more of a exploring kind this time around. Going into different areas that I remember being okay. Nice, kind of buggy Pokeballs. Nice. I probably still should be doing it in this game, but I haven't really been having the motivation to be doing it this to be getting, you know, bunch of money. I would like to say that I would be having at least some amount of money. I would really like to be selling everything, but you know, still. It's not like I'm out of it or anything like that, but it's really getting lower. I was thinking about, because I remember that when I was hunting my brood Bonnet, not on stream or anything, but I remember that I did make like a wrong sandwich, and I was like, I would be doing a crash sandwich in here the next time. I didn't even ever need to be doing that, thankfully. But yeah, doing a grass sandwich also, because I was doing like on the outside area I was hunting it. I didn't want to be doing like everything in the same place. But definitely for the next one I would be switching locations because, you know, with both of the sandwiches there is quite a good amount of other Pokemons that are spawning in there. With the grass sandwich there is a very nice group spawn of the one, the only Chompluff. It's insane how common they are. In Dark there is, you know, Bisharp and Ponyard. I think other things as well apart from Bonach. I guess it could be worse. Guess it could be worse indeed. Yeah, the area that I was thinking about is over here, but I think it's like too small of an area and things are spawning way too much inside walls. And you know, it's hard to be getting rid of the non-Dunsparce spawns as well. Yeah, there's a group spawn there already, so you know, that's very annoying to try to be getting rid of. There's something inside that wall. Iron bundle. But the other thing that I was also saying is that is causing a little bit of an issue is that can't really be zooming in the walls anymore. Assuming that there's been an update at some point that could do something with that. Which is kind of understandable, but a little unfortunate at the same time. But I guess as long as I'm not looking there, then, you know, nothing is there. You can destroy that Iron Valley for sure. Be knowing that it's not shiny. But yeah, this place problem indeed is that you have to knock things down if they are not Dunsparce. Because you just can't be getting enough distance. You just can't be getting enough distance otherwise. It's technically a way that you could be encountering indeed the ones that are very next to the wall. But with Dunsparce's case, it, you know, they can be, you know, getting away in there quite quickly. I guess I could always just try this, like go to this edge. Yeah, this could work if I would be doing it like this, you know. Run away, then turn away. And now try to be waiting on the edge here. But it, you know, can be a little difficult for sure. And you know, it doesn't guarantee the spawns to be there anyways. This time it actually did. So maybe I'll see. I'll do this for a little while. And one of the biggest problems is that group spawns are quite likely to be appearing indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I don't think that I want to be going on with that indeed. I still would kind of like to be getting this work, but I think it's too close to like the area down there to be working too well. Like I'm thinking that things would be spawning down there. Let's see. Definitely harder to be seeing for sure, but I guess could be worse. We're not gonna be chumming about in here though. Yeah, I guess this could be working. It's just a bit riskier for sure. At least, you know, there is enough things spawning in there, so that's at least nice. Pretty sure that's all the spawns that can be spawning in there because there's 2 group spawns. I think I will be the other place. The other rock that is in here. It's a lot easier to be seeing things. A lot easier to be getting things spawning in there. And you know, it's closer by, so you know, everything is a lot easier. It does have one flaw, and it's, you know, things can be spawning in that specific platform down there, but apart from that, it's quite okay one. And you know, the problem is that, you know, Dunsparrows, they tend to be on the smaller side. So, you know... Oh, come on. You know, they tend to be quite easy to be missable. Ones for sure. Still know that there is a sweet spot for this. Should have been getting it removed, definitely. Definitely could have been removed. It's unfortunately quite hard to be seeing if there is, I mean, like in this case, there is a dance part there. It's hard to be noticing. Some situations, be pink or not to be pink there. At least the good thing is that it doesn't seem like it that inside these specific crystals there can be Pokemon spawning in. So that's why this place is quite okay. Indeed. So yeah, it isn't too bad for sure. I will say one thing would be very nice if there would be some form of a requirement that group spawns would be like requiring certain amount of space for them to be even a possibility. You know, it would make sense, at least in my mind, that there would be some sort of requirement for that indeed. There is not enough spawns there. Interesting. Yeah, I would absolutely love if there would be... Yeah, I guess this is one of the places that would be the closest in here that you could be doing like picnic recess in. There's some other places as well that, you know, in like other parts of the Paldea, or at least Paldea I know of, that there is places indeed that could be doing similar things to this. You could be running away for a little while and then like come back, and there would be the ones that you're looking for. Which is definitely nice. It's a group spawn. It's like a spot that I know of that exists without outbreaks and anything with Palmy, for example. It's, if I remember correctly, it's close by the water gym. A town, what, on like the mountain side instead of, you know, anything else. Like that you'll be getting there from the Team Star base specifically. Well, that's not too nice game to be spawning a 3B group spawn there. But it's interesting though. Because even though in most places you could be isolating things, it's not gonna be too easy. I mean, most of the time you do be requiring like level 3 encounter boost for sure. But you know, that's nothing too new, to be fair. It will be requiring something like that. Because, you know, getting rid of everything else. And this parcel seems small. I'm double on it though. It just seems like it's very small. Could be though that it's so far away. Oh yeah, I can be seeing if it's small or not. Don't have it in the decks yet. Kind of forgot that you need to be having that. Be having it on your decks in order to actually be seeing size. Those 2 tons bars. Poor fellas. Poor fellas. I don't want to try the spot because I know there is a spot that I can be like standing in, that there is indeed spawns happening down there, or like up, more specifically up there, and then they're like dropping down there. I kind of want to find that spot. It's quite funny looking, as it is most of the things. I was kind of remembering like some that are like in here. Or do I need to be like this, maybe? You know, getting that slightly a bit closer. Was it like that I need to be like walking or something like that? Because I think it has to be kind of that upper one. I guess if I go to this one, it's definitely more there. I mean, maybe that's not that bad of a spot then. And again, it was a long time ago, so you never know if they have changed things. Jeez, that cracker knuckle is definitely glowing. I'm a bit surprised that there isn't anything there. Like in here, in the spot that there are usually some. Very interesting. Very interesting. And at least it seems like if I'm like somewhere around here, it does eliminate most of the group spawns, so you know, that's at least something to be taken out of this. I'm also kidding on like 10 spawns as well. Interesting. Yeah, I guess there seems to be like always group spawning in somewhere that I can't be seeing if I'm doing that. Which would definitely be odd. But would it be anything too surprising though is another question. Hmm. I would like to say that the dance bars down there didn't despawn. Didn't go that far away at all this time. Just a regular okay game. Interesting. Just a Dragologue. Like an actual group spawn of them. I wonder what you're gonna be doing as well. Oh, you can be the... Not too well, I will say that much. I was about to say that you can dig, but the dance pro scanned. Question mark. But it also can be doing it at least too well. So no, fair enough, I suppose. Didn't they spawn those dudes down there? So I'm not expecting to be seeing too much in there then. Yeah, where you need to be going sometimes. Sometimes you need to be like going not even that far away, and sometimes you need to be going ridiculous amount away from things to be working in the correct ways. It's quite an inconsistent AD spawn radius for sure. I hate how difficult it is to be seen down there. But I'll do this, the rest of the sandwich though, because, you know, like 2 minutes left anyways before we're gonna be getting another break in. Then I'll be doing at least one full sandwich in like running abouts. I might be running abouts more this time as well. Could be a possibility for sure. Be running away more. As you know, these dudes, they do be loving to be having their runaway abilities. I don't think that there is gonna be any group spawns. If there isn't one down there. Yeah. I think there is a dance forest there. Yeah, there was. Should be double checking them. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fly out of here then. The sandwich time, or whatever, I think is almost up anyways. So I'll be going in here indeed. There we go. There we go, I'm gonna save and start a picnic. Let's make a sandwich then. Indeed, this may or may not be the last one for at least for now. I'm gonna be going ahead and doing, as I said, most likely the Inca, or not raid, but the outbreak. Also, since it is going to be the last sandwich for a while, it also means that it also means that I'm gonna be running the entire sandwich. Usually it's, you know, 3 or so many days gonna be wasted on sandwich time, but don't care. 2 people group spawns. Interesting. And regular one as well. Jeez, there was a lot of group spawns happening there. Like, usually one happens when I exit out of there. Usually there isn't more than that. I guess this time the game really wanted to be giving us group spawns. I mean, it would be making sense if there would be, like, basically every single one of them would be group spawns. Now that I think about it, if I would be doing a dragon in here, dragon sandwich, even if I wouldn't be zooming, you know, with the right on, would it still only be dragons? Because they are, you know, the group spawn options. Because it very well could be just that it's going to be, you know, just always gonna be 3 group spawners of them. Or at least most of the time. Because the thing is that if you're not zooming through, you're gonna be unloading them at different times, so there technically is a chance that something else will be spawning in instead. Guess I have never really thought it that way. A little bit interested on it, but at the same time not really. It would only really work on Violet as well, because, you know, PP2B exclusive. But you know, apart from that, I don't know, maybe. Maybe it could be. Oh, Sparta. Be running around for funsies, I see. Also, I guess kind of interesting to think about, because there isn't too many caves that do be glowing like this. I mean, it's probably just a coincidence, to be fair, but it gotta make you think though that is there something special about Let's Go caves? This, you know, Seafoam Island and the Seafoam Island and the place is called Cerulean Cave. Because they also have, you know, overall like the sparkly thing. I mean, of course, it's most likely that it's just did happen to be having the same kind of thing, but gotta make you think though. Is there something a little bit more special about it? Guess there could be. There could be, you know. I mean, it wouldn't be too surprising if a Kanto remake would be having at some point every single like gimmick of games. I wouldn't be too surprised. I wouldn't be disappointed, but I wouldn't be too surprised about it. Lower and Valiant. It's meant to do one thing, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah. Oh, please. Just one thing is nice that I haven't heard too much. At least I don't think so, is the glitching. The glitching cry situation that, you know, Pokemon is spamming their cry. It's, you know, very nice, very good. It's definitely interesting when it happens for sure. Not a thing that one would be thinking. Really, I think that one would be thinking indeed. Nice hit turn there, buddy. I love it. That iron bundle it looked a little strange because the light did hit it. Like strangely, it looks so much like darker than it normally does. I'm like, what are you? Even though like clearly it is indeed iron bundle, but it still looks odd, to say the least. He's still looking odd nonetheless. The only bad thing about going this way is of course that there is the chance that they can be spawning inside the walls in that one segment there. It's very thin. Very thin, very narrow area that you are going through. But apart from that, this isn't too bad. Apart from that, it isn't too bad at all. What if there would be a super ancient version of Dunsparce and, you know, it would be the one that would have made tunnels like this? You know, they like to be hiding in places, so, you know, making as big of an area as possible would kind of be making sense. I'm gonna go speed through rest of this. Okay, go with this fella. Not really speeding through that much, but it is faster for sure. It's an orange stomach that I see there. It's quite a red one. Yeah, Screamtail definitely is one of the worst. Like shinies in like in this part of the area 0 to be noticing. Like in general. This is really a one that does get nicely tricked by the crystals. It looks that it has like a different color tail, because to be fair, it doesn't change that much out of the doesn't change that much out from the of the original one for sure. Again, not necessarily a bad thing, it's just really doesn't do it that much. I do be liking it shiny though. It's shiny do be nice. I mean, it would be nicer if it would be easier to be noticing for sure, but isn't everything kind of like that though? That would be nicer if it would be easier to be noticing the difference from farther away. So I have a feeling that it may or may not be indeed. May be the case indeed. I guess, you know, easier thing to be seeing is an easier thing to be seeing for sure. I will say that much though, that if you're ever hunting great task, never do it in that narrow path. It is so big, first of all, it's very hard to be getting around them, and second of all, they tend to be spawning a lot inside walls. It's probably the Pokemon with my knowledge, based on the knowledge that how much I have been playing the game, it's definitely the one that spawns the most inside walls out of everything. Like, with or without the boost of a sandwich. Great Tusk seems to be the one that spawns in there the most. Not iron threads, just the just the just the indeed Great Tusk. I mean, of course, it's down to luck. Whatever Pokemon is there for sure, but for me, it has been the case that Great Tusk really long wants to be spawning in there. Minutes left of the sandwich then. You're running out of it. One thing that I also, even like, probably a reason why I didn't really realize it sooner. Because, you know, I don't chew Pokemon cards, like, almost at all. I mean, they're interesting and everything, but I don't personally do anything with them. Is that there is, interestingly, one shiny Pokemon, or like, I guess that would be more, but there isn't too many. There is like at least one Pokemon indeed in Paldean Face that you can't even be finding in Scarlet and Violet. But it's in like a shiny card there. And it's Nacho. It's kind of a strange one as well. Because, you know, most of the things can either be found in the DLC areas or in the place called just the base game. It would be really interesting in for sure. And it will be one of the only ones that has a shiny card, but it's not even available there. And again, you know, it's not like the card game follows that well, usually the main series games anyways. It doesn't need to, I don't mind it, but it is just the truth. I guess they do be going in a little bit of a different order, I would like to say. I don't know why. It's like in the card game there is more sets appearing more often. But anyway, there's quite a good amount of sets per like generation that comes out in there. Indeed, the shiny ones are always interesting. They do be. Speaking of Pokemon cards, I think a bunch of them are pretty and everything, but at the same time, I don't think that I really want to be collecting them at any point. Because they don't really give me anything. Because I don't know why that is, even though it's kind of a collectible thing. You know, there's a bunch of the cards to be collecting for sure. But at the same time, it's one of those collectible things that I really want to be using as well. Mostly, probably because they can be quite expensive to be getting. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's weirdly one of the few things that if I would be collecting them, I would really like to be using them as well, but I'm not too interested in that, at least currently. Never really have been. I will say though that I'm looking forward though to the app though for them, or game, whatever I think it would be called. It's definitely one that I'm looking forward to because it's an interesting twist for sure. Just jumping. I think always if I'm in the middle of a jump I should be getting the jumping backwards thing and not like be encountering them in battle, but anyways. What are you? Hearts are fine. Don't care about them too much though myself. As I said, pretty will be looking at for sure. That's about everything to me about them that is interesting. Oh, come on. Some jump there quite high, so I definitely should have been getting out of there. Definitely should have. No. Very molecule there. It's not looking that small though. That it would be the teensy mark worth. Need to be small. Let's change that fact for sure. This doesn't look that small. It will be teensy worthy indeed. Yeah. Not too much time left on the sandwich indeed. We're technically already head out of here, but not in that much of a hurry indeed, but good. It probably is like if I could do like a full round there, then that's most likely gonna be very close to end of the sandwich indeed. Lone legible, staring at the wall. Wonder what's going on there. I mean, most likely Gebide and other Gibbles are there, but far from that though. Far from that. Probably nothing too interesting. Yeah. Already looking like the sandwich has run out. Well, I'll be running to the place anyways. Doesn't really change that at all, but quite well calculated, I guess, that I could have been doing like around in there. And of course, you know, they can always randomly just show up. It's just unlikely. What do you? Let's go for the Inca outbreak indeed. I don't know why I do like this, but I guess I'm used to this. Let's do that, but actually leave that there. Number. There. There we go. I probably will be like getting a better place for the no charm mark or whatever my thing. I just decided because that was quite a fitting place for a do for the day indeed. I'm gonna double check, but I think the Inca one is a one that Chinchou I wouldn't be too upset about going for sure, but we'll see, we'll see. It's definitely one that could be going for. And as I said, the Tauros there is quite interesting. Centred there. Lead Week, I'm pretty sure, is unfortunately nighttime exclusive, so that's kind of annoying for it. And you know, I can't really, if I would want to, I can't really be going for it either. There we go. Level Executor. The thing is that I have someone that is actually able to be swimming in front, so if I need to be checking something in the water, I can. It's not like I couldn't be getting one anyway, so would be having definitely a one if, you know, Pomo wouldn't be accounting for it. somewhere in here, right? Or is it even further into here then? I guess it's further into here then. Where the Inkay outbreak is. Yeah, it's like there. Actually heard. I hope this is a good spot though. Oh. At least one good thing is that it at least is a music change. I definitely don't mind, I will say that much. Like, more over here. Doesn't seem like that bad of a spot. It's not the best by any means, but I will also say that it could be a lot worse. I do be loving though that, you know, Sawsbuck and Deerling can be spawning there. I doubt that this would be like a valid spot to be making a picnic, but I mean, I might as well. This is a valid spot, excuse me? Okay, sure. I have been making picnics in worse areas, I will say that much, but anyways. I think I'm too close to the outbreak though, so like nothing is actually spawning from the outbreak, but... And at least cool to know that I could if I really want to. But as I said, I think it's too close to the outbreak, so it doesn't actually spawn in anything. Which is definitely a bummer, but what can you really be doing at the same time? Just don't like really too much that there is. I'm just thinking because there is the deerling almost always, like there's always deerling and Sawsbuck here. I'm kind of thinking that they would be like guaranteed spawns. Just feel like that could be the case. Anyways. So I'm trying to be going as far away from them as possible to be like confirming more or less that they do be spawning in there. I think they're very small, right? Yeah. Okay, it's not guaranteed because now there's 2 yearlings and a 2 cannon. I wonder if I can be making a picnic right here. That would be too close. Well, time to figure out. Said it a bunch of times that I don't personally like to be doing them, but always interested though. There was just a bunch of deerlings. It's basically everything that spawned in there, so yeah. It is the problem with water outbreaks, mostly anyways, that you can't really be doing a picnic reset on them because you can be having a picnic in the water. Here we go, there is the glitchy... It's a glitchy sounds that I was, I guess, asking for. Lovely out. Kind of interesting though that in here it doesn't seem like deerlings to be spawning in a group spawn with Sawsbuck. They seem to be like 2 entirely different things. No. Just wondered. I've a bunch of times gone like underwater. I wonder why then he did decide to be going into, I guess, underwater music. It's interesting. Very interesting indeed. It's not like I did go specifically that deep there as well. Water. No, strange. Strange for sure. Because I have never ever heard that before. Like, it seems like I would be like underwater and the music would be changing because of that, but it is what it is. Sure that you two look the same, but I'm gonna double check anyways. Oh. I'm trying to recreate the thing. But I don't know how. It's annoying when you like find like it's not really a cool thing, but an interesting thing anyways, and then you can just recreate it and you're like, how did I do it in the first place? Soon for a shiny deerling. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I would be finding a shiny deerling. It's for sure. I'm pretty sure that it would be the first summer form. But also I'm kind of thinking that if I will want to be going for like all these seasons with deerling, I kind of want to do it on Gen 5. I mean, to be fair, it's not like I have too many options anyways, they aren't really available in the wild in too many games. And, you know, I don't want to be doing eggs. I really don't want to be doing eggs if I don't need you. So yeah. It's either in this game or in the... It's either in this game or in the... in Gen 5 indeed. Because I think the only place, apart from that, that Deerling is available in is in Friend Safari. I think I could be always wrong though. I could be always wrong though, but I think it is the only place. I think I will be this time actually waiting a little while because they don't really seem to be spawning in that well. Don't really seem to be spawning in well like after I have been through the place. It's not a bad spot at all, like for the outbreak, it's just for some reason... There it goes again, the music. No idea how to recreate it. I guess I need to be kind of falling off weirdly from a ledge for it to be happening. But it is interesting that they did decide to be making music anyways to like if you're too much underwater, because it's not like it is gonna be happening too often or anything like that. It's interesting for sure. Nice got tentacle cry. Tentacle cry. It's gonna be the sunset chime, which is a little unfortunate for, you know, Saucebug specifically. Nothing else really is that bad. Try and fly for funsies. Just because I can. I guess that's the way to be getting the underwater music. Fly high enough and then drop down. Oh, jeez. I know you know we're in Unova more or less. But jeez, you could be calming for the amount of deerlings that there is appearing though. Cool Pokemon, definitely. I like Deerling and Saucebug. They have cool things going for themselves. Did use one even once on the team. It's unfortunate because of course like any generation that like introduces a bunch of Pokemons has the same thing going for themselves, that like they're having too many, so it's just easy to be forgetting some of them. And Gen 5 unfortunately be a very good example of that. And also the thing is that even though it has the season thing going on for itself, like Deerling and Saucebug, they do be having the season thing going for themselves, like that makes them unique. But at the same time, the thing is that you might not be able to see it if you like play the game quickly enough and don't ever return to it. So you might not be like aware of it. I mean, it's not like, I'm pretty sure like the season does change monthly in Gen 5, but still I think you could easily be defeating a Pokemon game, even though if you would only be playing for a little while every day, you could easily be getting it done in the month indeed. To say hello to Mac. Hello, Minior. It's for sure that it's too high up, right? But I need to be getting knocked down more. Like, get down here, please. Minior. I'm pretty sure that it refuses to battle because it's too high up. I'm quite sure on that. Yeah, that's too high up. I want you to be there. Yeah, I was quite certain that it was just too high for the dude to be able to knock it down. Because, you know, it has happened so many times. That's honestly why I use specifically Quacker for, like, defeating Miniors when I was doing the Minior hunt. Because Quacker is nice and high, it is of course super effective against them. Stuff along those lines, so you know, it's good. I kind of want to just fly very high and then like drop down in here, see what happens. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just too curious. I'm probably nothing too interesting, but hey. Why not? I'm gonna like drop now. No music, by the way, because I'm like too high up. But yeah. Fun. Definitely a good way to be getting rid of every single spawn. Not a popular group spawn, they have been in here a lot. I mean, I didn't really want a shiny Poplio, but I mean, it is within me shiny that I'm not gonna be turning it down. If I can notice it. I'm thinking that I should be able to. I've noticed it before. I mean, was it in a game that I was soft resetting for it? Yes, but I was still able to notice it. But yeah. Am I switching up after the ad break? I might be switching it up to going to the Tauros, see how it is. If it's bad, then I'm not gonna be bothering with it. But if it's okay, then I might be giving it a try for sure. Because I wouldn't mind to be getting all the different Tauros forms as well, but the problem really is that, you know, there's first an exclusivity there. As there to be Pokemon. And, you know, getting the Fire and Aqua Predator, are they called that? Is kind of annoying without an outbreak. And thankfully, you know, outbreaks nowadays should be working for them. I mean, I'm assuming because it works for literally everything else. I just haven't really been myself in a Tauros one. I mean, I haven't really seen one anyway, so and there is that as well. It seems like a very small ink. Or that the other one is just big, okay. because the other one is big. I was like kind of hoping that I could be keeping myself just barely above the water level there, but I guess not. Unfortunately. No sauce bug. Nice. Hearing that you're there. It's not like I didn't see you there, to be fair. So I wasn't too surprised that you were there. Nope. I'll go ahead and teleport to the where shall be? I guess I'll teleport. I hate that I can't be teleporting myself there. So I fly there then. We are soon gonna be getting going indeed. We'll actually mark it down even though it's very close by and stuff like that, but I might as well. I'm gonna double check, like, this Wishcast, but I'm not too interested in that. It's like the only one that I don't have yet. Centred is kind of the same thing. They do be hunting in, you know, Hard Gold Soul Silver quite a bit. And I really would like to be having one there. Timber is the one that I would like to be getting, but I'm a little bit afraid that I can't be noticing it too well. My Diana is interesting. Little Leo I'm not too interested, but Flygon is another maybe. Chinchou, I said the things that I would absolutely love to be hunting for it, but I don't think that I will. I will be most likely hunting it again in Hard Gold Soul Silver anyway, so it's not like it would be making that big of a difference in the first place. That should be Aqua Priest, right? Yes. Thank you. This is not a bad spot by any means. It's definitely not the easiest shiny to be seeing, but at the same time there's so many of them. So, you know, it's... At least I like to say that if you see a bunch of them, it's easier to be seeing what doesn't look or what looks hard. The only problem really is that I guess there can be regular Tauros as well in here. I mean, it's not really the end of the world by any means. But it isn't too bad, so maybe. We'll see. Yeah, there's the regular kinds. I don't like how... It's not really hard to be noticing, but it's still not as easy to be noticing. Is it like the Aqua Breed or not? Oh, Kraid. I forgot this area likes to be raining. I forgot that this area likes to be raining. Guess if I would like to be doing a sandwich, water sandwich would be the best, definitely. I think I have. Oh, I haven't. I'm pretty sure I have gotten a Tauros. It could be another file, and it could be that I only got the regular one. Either the Cantonian one or, you know, the basic Paldea one, so, you know, it doesn't show. Was about to say, why does the Neos look different, but it doesn't, it's just a regular one. I for somehow thought that it did have like a darker tan on it. Because it's like the way that you can also be seeing it. It's more likely, of course, that you'll be seeing it from the pink accents, but you definitely could be seeing it from there as well. You do be having like that. Indeed, as I said, like a tan. I hate how much it can be changing depending on like what angle I'm looking at them. Because the main difference is that basically the main and the body like switches colors. But it could be the rain though. It's like there ain't no way that I find it that quickly. I haven't been here for like 5 minutes. Another fluffy. I don't like fluffies to be spawning here. They could be spawning somewhere else. Just is annoying to be looking at is the tail having what color? Is it blue or is it green? The only feasible way to be seeing it in this game. In other games you could be seeing it from the... In other games you could be seeing it definitely from also the slightly lighter pink, but I don't think in this game. I mean, I'm always ready to be surprising myself, I guess, and noticing it, but I doubt it. I'm again assuming that I'm paying way too close attention. It's not gonna be that hard to notice, and also that Dawn fan looks very small. Look at the size of the Dawn fan compared to the other one back there. Small. I will say that this is not the worst part, like spawn-wise. It's just annoying that there is like shadows and stuff happening a lot in here. That makes it harder to be seeing these fellas, definitely. Like if there would be just, you know, same light. Like either only shadow or only, you know, sunlight, it would be definitely easier to be noticing. Thanks, game. Like the sounds. Would also like to be seeing the game moving. Cafe, please. But yeah, I still will be hoping that I still luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something at least. Getting something is indeed very nice. It's better than nothing for sure, and progress is progress. No matter how little, how small amount you do it. Any amount of progress is still progress. Some shinies definitely do be wanting to be taken to a switch time to be appearing. Also, I've noticed that it seems like a more of a top-down view is better to be checking these as well. You can like more clearly be seeing or more easily be seeing the difference, I guess. I really like to see them head on, and I'm always wishing that they would be facing me instead of me. Need to be doing that work. Coin looks strange there, buddy. I don't see them too often glowing their horns. It's kind of surprised, honestly, because I didn't even remember that they do that. I mean, of course, it makes sense that they would be doing something, but it's just a little odd still. So I didn't remember it at all that they can be doing it. I don't know why, but that seems like there is always a Meowth in that spot. I'm sure it has to be like, why would there be in exactly this like spot a Meowth? Apart from, you know, game being very weird and having very weird like guaranteed spawns, but that would definitely be like even weirder than usual, and this game is already very weird, so I doubt it. Surely it's just luck at this point. But it was there for like 3 times in a row, that's why it was kind of convincing. As the Meowth now switch there, I don't know, this is scary. There is Meowths. The Meowth is again there. Silly guaranteed spawns. And also remember that best shiny locked Pokemon ever is the one Corvus acquire in Sword and Shield. It's so weird and very specific for that one to be locked. But for whatever reason it is. It's a nice size difference. I don't think anyone is zooming into my face. It is kind of odd though, because there's kind of good amount of birds that they have been locking recently. I mean, some that, you know, make more sense than others for sure. For example, the birds that are on top of your house in this game, they are shiny locked. But does it really make a difference? Not really. Show. Oh yeah, they can be spawning out here. That's why there was such a difference between them. Oh, it makes sense. I thought I was like too far away from the Dichos, honestly. But now it makes sense why the one was so much bigger than the others. Makes more sense now. I just didn't know that they reached this far. I knew because I've been hunting for Dicho like near that lighthouse there. The place that I hunted Dicho. I was just thinking that there ain't no way that it's gonna be reaching all the way to here indeed. But I guess they do. Doesn't really matter though. Are you a Dicho? Then no, you're a Meowth. Look, you're an actual Meowth. Oh, hello, Downspores. I'm not really hunting for you right now, but I mean, if you want to show up, I'm gonna be very upset. Or wouldn't be. I mean, it would be counting, you know, it's still full odds. Counting towards the Downspores hunt for sure. Hello, Taurus. It's so funny, like how far away they are still like aggressive towards you. They're like just zooming through like half of the map. Soon they will be like, when I teleport away from here to like Blueberry Academy, they will be appearing in there as well. They'll just be chasing me all the way down there. That Tauros looks odd, but I think it's just... It was just the lights. Is there anything too interesting going about in there? I mean, at least with the Tauros, it's a good thing that if you really want to be getting these easily, the Tauros that is that the good thing is that, you know, I'm pretty sure that they keep their forums if you read them. Could you please? At least I remember that that was the way that some people hunted for them, like, a long time ago. Especially the Aqua and Fire Breed or whatever. I don't know. Fire Breed sounds so odd, but I think it's correct. It sounds so odd that the other one is Aqua Breed. I mean, it's not that far off, to be fair, but it do be still different. But anyways... was before, you know, they did fix the outbreaks. And also it's a good way to be getting the version exclusive as well if you just want to be getting all the forms as well. You know, don't have both of the games. Very good way to be getting it, indeed. Hello, Meowth. Poor Meowth is almost getting run by the Tauros. Oh, hello, Dunsparce. Actually, that is one of the Pokemons that I can confidently see from afar. It is in here. There isn't too many of them, unfortunately. There's still a few, though. I don't think method wouldn't be too bad for these, because I would like to say that there probably is going to be like an okay-ish spot to be doing picnic resets. I would like to say that much. You never truly know. You don't try, but I don't really care to be trying its Tauros. It's kind of annoying to be doing it with anyways. Especially if they see you, they want to really be zooming. And don't really like that too much. I don't really like too much. It's not the most ideal situation to be in. Oh, was checking out the Meowth there because I wasn't too sure what was there. Thankfully it did last long enough to run away, I think. Otherwise I would have been in battle with a Tauros there. Thankfully Tauros though isn't one of those that is gonna be just waiting until you exit out of the battle. It's a very good thing that it isn't like that. Would definitely be making it more annoying than it is already. Some Pokemon do be like that. I don't remember exactly. I was kind of thinking that like Rufflet would be like that. Also, that is so fitting that Oingalone, that one is in the middle of the dogs there. It weirdly fits with the colors. Always when I see like the very like I don't know big difference between the fur. Thanks for the bits. Thank you for the bits indeed, Frozen Ray. Yeah, always when I see like the more like darker color around the neck, I'm always like thinking that looks odd. But it's, you know, what it's supposed to be looking like anyways. It's the lighter fur color there that is the shiny. It'd be quite funny to be finding the regular one during this, when it occasionally can be spawning there, even though I will be definitely seeing more of the kinds of things. I'm gonna hydrate soon. I'm gonna be going to a safer spot. And I'm most likely not gonna be absolutely getting destroyed by Tauros. There we go. No, mark that. Like that as well. There we go. I'm hydrated there. So about to say, excuse me, Outbreak, can you work? And for sure. That's why I like to be going sometimes quite far away from it, because I feel like it's working better if I go further away. Oh, hello, Chansey. I don't think that I have seen too many of Chanseys in here. In like this specific area. Also, it's quite interesting that I haven't seen a single Aqua breed to be the group leader of the Tauros yet. And I have seen quite a good amount of the group spawns. Thank you for the bits again! Appreciate it. I don't know why there's right now such frame drops as well. Doesn't really make any sense because it's not even windy right now. Would be making more sense like a few hours ago to be having this many frame drops. Come on. Thankfully you don't check in this game. Why is it actually dropping this many frames? Does that make sense? I'd like to continue hunting if the internet resolves itself. I wouldn't really like to be stopping at this point, but if it doesn't soon resolve itself, I might need to. So this doesn't make any sense because it was like few hours ago it was very windy and now it's like pretty clear, like can't be any clearer than this. Is this now gonna be normal ties? No. This insane amount of drops. At least this doesn't happen too often, that's at least a good thing, but still. I guess one thing is good that the stream itself hasn't so far like actually be going away, but this is insane. She doesn't happen for this long, sure. Shouldn't be doing anything, but I might as well be trying that. It doesn't make any difference. How far behind that is anyways. Quite a far behind. Still hasn't moved. Need where's bottom might as well be. should be making it worse. And that's okay. Yeah, that's found itself a way in here at least. Something. Should be enough though. It's the thing that should definitely be enough still. A very unfortunate way to be stopping for sure if I need to be stopping. I'll be giving it a few more minutes if it doesn't resolve itself. I unfortunately need to be stopping, even though you probably will be hearing this. Or even, I don't know. As we're so soon at 40k drop frames.